House will come to order. Please join Representative Pico in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Bacon, Baisley, Benavidez, Burnett, Byrd. Representative Byrd. Representative Byrd is excused. Bockenfeld. Basenecker. Bradfield. Representative Bradfield is excused. Caraveo. Carver. Catlin. Cutter. Doherty. Duran. Escar. Exum. Froelich. Geithner. Representative Geithner. Representative Geithner is excused. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Gray. Hanks. Representative Herod. Representative Herod. Representative Herod is excused. Holtorf. Hooten. Jackson.
Here.
Judah. Kennedy. Kipp. Larson. Representative Larson. Representative Larson is excused. Lontine. Luck. Representative Luck. Representative Luck is excused. Lynch. McCluskey. McCormick. McKean. McLaughlin.
Present.
Michael St-Jeannet. Mullica. Representative Mullica. Representative Mullica is excused. Neville.
Here.
Ortiz. Here. Pelton. Pico. Ransom. Rich. Ricks. Representative Ricks is excused. Roberts. Sandridge. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Representative Soper. Representative Soper is excused. Sullivan. Tipper. Titone. Valdez. Valdez D. Van Beber. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woodrow. Woog. Young. Representative Young. Representative Young is excused. And Mr. Speaker.
.59 present, 6 excused. We have a quorum. Representative Pico.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Journal of Friday, May 7th, 2021 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we have announcements. Please address your attention to the well. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, tomorrow morning, 7:15, Bible study down in the basement. come on down and hear some good teaching about 1 John. We all need a little bit more lessons in 1 John, so come on down.
Further announcements and introductions. Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a moment of personal privilege, please.
Moment of personal privilege is granted.
Thank you so much, and thank you, members, for joining me. I much appreciate it. This weekend, 6 Coloradans' lives were cut short far too soon in a mass shooting in my district in southeast Colorado Springs. Officials haven't formally released the identities of the victims, but according to the family, we lost 6 members of our community. In the aftermath of each American's too frequent mass shootings and gun violence, many people respond by sending out their thoughts and prayers. After this most recent shooting in my community, I wanted to share my thoughts and prayers too, because this is what I'm thinking and praying. I pray for the individuals who have been impacted firsthand by a tragic shooting this weekend. I pray for the victims whose lives were cut short. I pray for the children who lost their parents and close relatives. I pray for the families and friends of victims whose lives have been shattered. I pray for our first responders who were first at this scene and too many other scenes like this. I pray for our community and for all of us as we process yet another senseless act of violence. I pray for peace. I pray for peace in the hearts and minds and souls of all Americans, and in particular the victims and families impacted by these tragedies. I also pray for wisdom, that we can identify ways to prevent and reduce gun violence and mass shooting tragedies like this in the future. And I pray for courage, the courage for all of us to finally do what is right. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I ask for a moment of silence in remembrance of the victims.
Moment of silence is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Exum. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Exum. There are a couple things I want to talk about, and I apologize. This has been a tough morning for me. One of the things that I read about is that the children who are present are with family members now. You know, and which was language designed to give some assurance, right? That the children are with family members. That means the children were there when their parents were murdered. Like the children were there when their parents were murdered. And those of us who raise children, love children, have relatives around them, like there's no going back for those children. There's no going back. Once you've lived through the murder of your parents, there's not really a way to recover from that. And I want to say a couple other things. One is this was, by all accounts, again, I wasn't there, this was, by all accounts, an act of domestic violence. And there have been the four largest mass shootings since Columbine were Columbine and the Aurora Theater shooting, which lands heavy in this chamber. They all do. So does Columbine. The King Soopers shooting from just a few weeks ago, and this one. This is the 4th largest shooting. And it hasn't been treated the same way since it happened. And I don't know why, I'm not in charge of how everybody deals with these things, but this was a mass shooting among lower income people. This was a mass shooting among people of color, and this was a mass shooting based on violence against women. And it's not been treated the same way. This was number 4 on that list. And we've had moments and hours dedicated to the victims of all of those previous mass shootings, which we should. But also we need to really take a really hard look on why this feels different, why this morning was not as somber as other mornings have been in this chamber, even though the same number of folks who were taken. And what I would ask is, and some of this comes from back when my days as a prosecutor, is you get to know the victims of crime over time as things are prosecuted. But what I can't get my mind off of this morning is those kids. Like, those kids have a full life in front of them. They need to get educated. They need to live their own lives. They need to build their own families. And this is the foundation that it's going to be based on right now. And there are a lot of people who this morning will learn about this news, and they'll be sitting in a chair, and there'll be nothing they can do about it. They'll feel like, I can talk to my neighbors, I can do something. But these chairs are not chairs where you can't do anything.
Representative Gray,
Yeah.
let's not have an announcement that goes to policy.
I'm talking about my motives, not somebody else's motives. I'm talking about my motives. I'm sorry. The chair that I sit in, personally, me, not anybody else. The chair that I sit in is a chair where I can do something about making lives better for those children as they move forward, and making sure that other children don't suffer the same fate that they did. Not anybody else. I'm saying for me personally, the chair that I sit in is a chair that has the ability to make change. And so that is a commitment that I make, and anybody else who wants to make it as well, I would support. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to add that today is also a hard day for survivors of domestic violence, because they see this and they recognize that this could have been them, was almost then, or wonder if it will be then. Members in our own chamber feel that way. And so I would just ask that when we think of this day, that we also reach out and support members of our communities, members of our families, that this hits in a different way than those of us that have never experienced domestic violence or violence of this kind.
Thank you, Representative Tipper. Representative D. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ask for permission for
Say that again.
ask for permission. I don't have announcement. I just a permission to
Maybe you can come up here, Representative Valdez, and we can talk about that.
permission for personal privilege, sir.
Yeah, do you mind coming up and talking to me real quick about that first?
I just wanted to say to the family, to the victims, my thoughts and prayers are with you during this time. And please, if you need to talk to somebody, please do, because it's not easy. It is hard. And during this difficult times, we need to stop the hate. We need to come together more now than ever and unite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues thank you.
Any further announcements or introductions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Exum, for your words. The next order of business is third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1232.
House Bill 1232 by Representatives Roberts and Judah, also Senator Donovan, concerning the establishment of a standardized health benefit plan to be offered in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1232 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1232 on third reading and final passage. Is there any further discussion? Representative D. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the bill sponsors for your hard work on this and your continued work. It's not easy. Healthcare is not easy. We need good healthcare for our people, for people in the district. We need to make sure that we continue to work on all levels. I still have some concerns on the cost to the consumers and the patients. Thank you.
Minority Leader McKeon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I'd like to tell you thank you, because what we debated the other night is so important. And I'd especially like to thank the sponsors. Representative Roberts, Representative Joda, thank you, because thank you for engaging in questions and other things that actually are a little out of place here sometimes, but I think are so important. The reminder that this is a committee. This is one of our committees where we come back and we wrestle with things. I didn't change my mind over the weekend. I still think this is not the right policy for the state. And I think it's not the right policy exactly for the reasons that I gave. And I take this moment on third reading just to walk a little bit down a road that I've walked. I'm intimately familiar with the medical world and intimately familiar with insurance and what it means and how it works and how it doesn't work sometimes. We used to laugh that at one point I had Great Western Insurance, which somebody told me was a lot like having insurance, but not quite. But years and years ago, we had my first daughter. We knew that Celia had half a heart while she was still in utero. We knew that she had something called hypoplastic left heart syndrome. And we knew that her moving through life was going to be incredibly difficult. In fact, I asked Representative Larson one day who his pediatric cardiologist is, because I'm really familiar with who the pediatric cardiologists are in Colorado, even to this day. My 2 adult children have had more echocardiograms and big examinations than you can believe. But Celia faced us with a choice of what the medical life we were going to live looked like. And it was really tough. It was tough because she did not have a working heart. She had part of her heart, the left side of her heart, just never grew. And so we thought, okay, we'll take care of this. We'll go down and see the cardiologist. They'll tell us what great news that we can hear. And I'll share that part of the story just so that you kind of understand what a lot of people are faced with. We were given 3 options. Dr. Taves first said, take her home and let her die. And he said, the problem is that there's just no good place. There's no good place here and no good procedure here in the Rocky Mountain and region and in this area to fix her heart. The second thing he said was, you can get her a heart transplant. Does anybody in here have any idea how hard it is to get an infant heart transplant? And then you get a heart transplant as an infant, you get a heart transplant as a late toddler, you get a heart transplant as a pre-adolescent, and then often you get another heart transplant years later. And so it's this ascending world of what you're going to need over time. And the third option that Dr. Taves gave us was to find someone who would do a surgery. And we found someone in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And we went to Ann Arbor and we literally just uprooted ourselves and moved there to have this child. Celia lived for 5 days. She went into surgery needing to have an aorta that was the size of my pinky finger, and it was the size of a paperclip. And so they had a lot of work to do. And I tell this short version of the story to realize that all of these were decisions that we made so that this child could have the best life possible at the end of that. But what happened when we got home was the bills started to arrive. And I can tell you that the challenge in looking at transforming the medical community, the medical care system in Colorado hits very close to home. At the time, our insurance was a self-brokered plan. So it was the kind of insurance that could bankrupt a company, right? We had spent 5 days in the neonatal ICU. We had had a very complicated open heart surgery. the total bills were around $500,000. And I can remember writing the checks for the part of it that we had to pay, and at the time, insurance was a little different anyway, and it was a lot. And so it gave me that time to think, was I okay with this? Was I okay with what my part and their part and how we did this? We had a nurse who walked us through every decision because that was how that plan worked, and it was beautiful. And Jane Barber is still out there, and I still know her name. But I really had these moments as I'm pouring through bills after bills after bills after bills that come in for weeks on end, because not everybody bills at the same time, and the anesthesiologist differs from the billing for the surgeons. It was an imperfect world, but every penny that we spent, which was tough, was worth it. And what really happened then was I started to get an understanding of what that interplay is. And as I hear things about, let's change the market, let's put in these floors and these ceilings, and let's mandate things from the government level, I get worried. Because I look back and I think about how that system worked for my little girl. Imperfect or not, it worked well. Outcome I didn't want. But everything in that system where the market was determining what could be paid and the insurance company had a nurse watching over it to make sure that we did what we needed to do in the best way possible and truly for the benefit of both us as well as not to bankrupt the plan for a whole lot of other people, those worked. And so I come from that very personal side. I know that Rep. Roberts and I talked early on, and I think sometimes people are surprised at the things I dig into, but this one's very personal. And it's personal because I think that often we as a body and we as a government think we can fix this problem. This is a complicated problem. And I truly, genuinely feel like this problem is too complicated for government to fix. Do I wish that we could have paid less? I'm going to be blunt. We went a lot of weeks without food that we would have preferred to eat, but no. Do I wish that we had had a different outcome? Of course. But do I wish that the system was different and somehow had mandated things so that it was cheaper for me, but I wouldn't have been sure that I would have gotten the best care? No. And those are the reasons why I come down. Those are the reasons why I ask for a no vote. Those are the reasons why I say, I think that when we come down here and we have this complicated of a debate, this complicated of a discussion, this complicated a bunch of amendments and all these moving pieces, as I said, it's like one of those string things you do with your hand and you move one and everything else moves. When we try to make things better through the lens that we have, sometimes we don't. And I think this is too great a risk for families like mine, for people who face those issues, to say we're going to impose government in the middle of that. I ask for your no vote today.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, as we spoke about this bill late into the night, I read several emails from doctors in my district. Some of you may remember hearing from doctors and medical professionals that live in my district because I have two hospitals that I also represent. So many of the employees live in Douglas County as well. So one of the doctors had written, and I won't reread it, but I did read his email last week, where he had said that he felt that doctors that had been putting themselves at risk during the pandemic, that we should not be making their lives more difficult. And he truly felt that many physicians would leave or decide not to come to Colorado if this bill passes, and that patients would have fewer choices in care. And so when I responded to him over the weekend and let him know that our caucus had fought for many hours into the wee hours of the morning, and that I had continued opposition to this bill, and truly do support the doctors in my district. He wrote back to me. So I wrote to him last night, and he then responded to me at 11 p.m. last night. So it shows he was up late working on his emails as well. But what he wrote to me was, "Thank you, Representative Ransom. I appreciate you getting back to me and your hard work last week in opposition to this bill. I know our members at Colorado Medical Society," and he listed the society for his specialty, "will be working hard to keep the bill from progressing through the Senate. It would be an unfortunate day for medicine in Colorado should this bill pass. Many thanks again," and he signed the bill. So I want us to be thinking about the unintended consequences and the repercussions to medicine and doctors and medical professionals and health care in our state should we vote yes on this bill. I will continue to be a no vote, and I actually hope that I have some company. I would really like to see some no votes on this bill to support the doctors that work so hard and have really put their lives at risk over the last year. I urge a no vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for the many hours of debate on this heavy topic. We as a minority party, we stand for our constituents, we stand for our districts, and we stand for the people of Colorado on this. For nearly 24 hours between committee and between second reading and now today, we as the House of Representatives have debated this bill, and we have done a large portion of the talking. We've made our points, we've given facts, we've given statistics, but I suppose to steal a quote from Cool Hand Luke, what we have here is a failure to communicate. So perhaps if you will not listen to me, perhaps you'll listen to...
And Representative Van Winkle, let's not impugn anyone's motives or if they're listening or not listening. Representative Van Winkle.
Correct, and you are correct, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies. I do want to take the opportunity, however, to read one article or one note that hit close to home with me. And it's an MD in my district. He says, "I am a Douglas County physician working hard to take care of Coloradans. I spent the last year working against COVID-19 and working for patients, taking care of them in the ICUs and the operating rooms throughout the metro area. It has been a terrifying year worrying whether I will bring sickness home to my wife and children, but I did it because it was my duty to take care of the sick regardless of the personal cost to me. Now, the Colorado House is going to consider House Bill 21-1232. This bill is bad for Colorado and will drive my practice and many like it out of business. I agree that the healthcare costs are too high, but this bill does not fix that problem. It slaps a fresh coat of paint on the problem while driving doctors and nurses out of business of helping the sick. The immediate effect will be to close many physician groups at a time when Coloradans need doctors the most. The long-term effects will be to make Colorado healthcare lower quality and much less competitive. Our state medical groups anticipate that several healthcare providers will be forced to retire or move, and that new physicians being brought into the state will be lower quality because many of the best could get better jobs elsewhere. Colorado needs better healthcare, not worse. In the final innings of COVID-19 pandemic that has killed so many of our neighbors and friends, why would the House pass a bill that is a slap in the face of physicians who have been working tirelessly to care for others? We, and he's speaking of doctors of Colorado, want to help with the solution, but this bill will not do it. Members, I urge a no vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting how I had a conversation about this bill last Saturday evening, and met two doctors, a couple, at an event we were at on Saturday evening, and they asked me about my job, and I asked them about theirs, and I asked them about, so what do you think of this Colorado plan? And they had no idea about it. No idea. They weren't very, I guess, very politically astute at that time. And they said, well, I thought it got killed about 5 years ago. I said, no, it's back. So we discussed some of the characteristics associated with the price caps and the regulations. And they were infuriated. And they had questions for me, truthfully, that I couldn't answer. They asked, do you know we can just leave? I said, yeah. And I said, do you know how close we are to the northern border? Because they live in Denver. I said, yes. Do you know that there are states who actually want us? Yes. And they wanted answers. And I said, well, we debated this for hours, and I don't have answers for you. We know you're a business. We know you need to make money, and we know there's other states that will court you. And they said, Colorado is beautiful, but it's not that beautiful. And they gave a hypothetical scenario. They said, can you imagine if we all went on strike? They said the doctors are the base of care. If we just said we had enough one day, can you imagine how society would be? And I was like, I don't even want to imagine. And they were just saying, what if we just said, we're sick of this, we're going to all take the day off? And I said, well, that would be pretty irresponsible. There'd be deaths. But I didn't have the answers for them. We discussed that, they just stress that they don't have to stay here. They love it here, but they don't have to stay here. And if they're not treated right, they'll leave. And only thing I just said was, I know. And they wanted answers, and I didn't have it. And they stressed, you know how care is going to deteriorate? I said, I know. What's your answer? I don't have an answer. And their frustration about politicians, what they see in their profession that is so clear that we don't see the clarity in this body. The frustration, truthfully, I ruined their evening. And I apologize to them for getting them emotional that evening. So I want everybody to realize I think that the doctors are just like businesses. They don't have to stay here. Look how different groups have fled California. You don't think it can happen here? If another state says, we will treat you right, we won't put all these caps on you, we'll court you, what do you think is going to happen? You can't force them to stay here. You can't force a church a hospital that can't make their ends meet, make their ends meet. And so, and you brought up a great point, and this is something part of the conversation too. And I think we didn't really express that. The amount of debt that these doctors compile. I said sometimes we believe that certain people have endless pockets. Certain business people have endless pockets so they can give their product away for free. Certain doctors are just filthy rich. They can just give away their services for free. But they express the amount of debt, but they express the amount of hard work that they did education-wise to get where they're at. It's not easy. The years of work, the years of debt that they're accumulating. And the conversation ended, why would any new doctor come here? I had no answer whatsoever. And that is the question. Why would any new doctor come here? When they have all these other states. I read an article that said there's aspects of this bill that is the most stringent that we've ever seen in our nation. Why would any doctor come here? Because of Garden of the Gods is beautiful? Because they like skiing? I think we need to we all want to lower our healthcare costs. We all want to bring insurance to people who can't get insurance. But we don't want to get in a situation where we make things worse. And it seems like we're going down that path. And our communities could suffer. We need to really think about what we're doing. Just because we have great intentions doesn't mean it's going to work out great. I think both sides of the aisle are ready to come together and work on solutions that will actually work instead of possibly looking like we're working. Let's do the right thing today. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, members, we are elected to do really hard work here. And I don't know how long you have heard constituents and friends and family members talk to you about the high cost of healthcare. We read about it in the news all the time. We know that businesses and personal families, that they've gone bankrupt. Healthcare costs can be exorbitant and ruin people's lives, devastate them financially. The answer cannot always be to offer a platitude that we simply can't do anything, or that this isn't the right time, or that this isn't government's role. When is the right time to do something? The answer can't be, this is too hard, not now. If not now, then when? How many more families need to be bankrupted? How many more small businesses not able to compete for quality employees and not able to provide benefits to families who would come and work for them? No piece of legislation is perfect, but we need to start somewhere. This is a good bill that will start the conversation, will start moving us in the right direction. I know I'm committed to staying at the table. I don't see this bill as being the one single end-all solution to all of our challenges for funding healthcare and making sure that it's affordable, that it's high quality, and that people can have access to it. We have a lot of work to do, but we have to be at the table. We have to start somewhere. I'll be voting in support of this bill. I invite my colleagues to join me on both sides of the aisle. I encourage you to be part of the solution. And I'm also hopeful that conversations continue as this bill moves its way through the process, through the Senate chamber, to ensure that Colorado is always a state that lifts up and honors its medical community. Our doctors, our nurses are the most valued components of what makes healthcare wonderful in this state. We do honor them. The work continues. This isn't the last word. Conversations continue on into the Senate and likely into subsequent bills. So I'm voting yes. I hope you'll join me and be part of the solution.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard an awful lot in this debate, and during the debate we had a flyer passed around to us with, I think it was 41 signatures from doctors across the state. Well, we heard from thousands upon thousands of doctors across the state in every field of medicine. My son's a doctor. They're not coming back to Colorado. And this is one of the reasons. Let me read an email from just one, and this parallels so many that all of us have received. I won't say his name. But I am an ophthalmologist, a member of the Colorado Society of Eye Physicians and Surgeons, and a constituent in your district. I may be his patient. I work with patients every day who are concerned about high health care costs. I support efforts to rein in high costs for prescription drugs, and I welcome the Affordable Care Act and expansion of Medicaid for Coloradans. She's a little further in that direction than I am. However, this bill, however, is the wrong prescription for Colorado, as it will harm the healthcare system and patients. No commercial state or federal health benefit plan requires mandatory participation. And let me stress that. That's what sets this one apart. This provision is an unprecedented, illegal step too far. Coercion of burned out and demoralized ophthalmologists, and I'll add all other physicians' specialties, and other physicians who have been on the front lines of a pandemic for over a year, won't make a health care system that is sustainable. Health plans will hold all of the power at the expense of community physicians like me and the patients that I serve. The bill provides even more leverage to highly profitable health plans to offer take-it-or-leave-it contracts to physicians. Under this bill, corporate executives and shareholders will continue to profit at the expense of physicians and patients. The bill doesn't address the drivers of health care costs, but rather just slashes costs and imperils health care quality and safety. I'm concerned that this bill will make it harder to recruit and retain ophthalmologists and any other physician like me in Colorado. It will actually cause workforce problems because of the mandatory participation provisions. We heard this message loud and clear from across the state, thousands upon thousands of physicians. And we got a flyer that said 41 were for it. Which ones do we listen to? You're going to drive those small businesses that are physicians' offices out of business. You're worried about how many small businesses you're going to destroy. You're going to destroy all the healthcare practices across the state, especially in rural Colorado, but as well, just as much in El Paso County and Denver, Boulder, and every place else. You don't know what you're dealing with when you mandate costs by all the different requirements that you levy on them, and then you cap the money that you're going to pay them. That's economic illiteracy writ large. This bill will wreck health care. It will not make it more affordable, because there is nothing that's less affordable when the government makes it free or mandates the cost, and there is nothing less affordable than when health care goes out of business. And there will be an awful lot of clinics, healthcare practices, and hospitals that will cease to operate. Please vote no. Let's take this back. If not now, when? Well, how about next session, and let's do something that actually works. This one will not.
Representative Bach, Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have heard time and time again that on both sides of the aisle, we have had personal experiences, and those are very unfortunate. And I think we also both agree that the cost of healthcare is extremely high, and that is unfortunate. But we have been working on this for years, and waiting one more session isn't necessarily going to fix it. Members, this is good policy, and that's what it comes down to. 15% of Coloradans have medical debt in collections, and that number skyrockets to 1 in 4 Coloradans that are Black, people of color, Indigenous, marginalized communities. And when these numbers come to the surface, there is simply no denying that there is a direct correlation to the lack of access to affordable, quality health care and systemic racism. So if we plan to truly address the issues of systemic racism, we cannot just simply label it as an issue of civil rights, but systemic racism comes at it from, yes, access to quality health care, access to good jobs and education, access to be in this building, access to participate. We cannot just focus on one thing. This is good policy. And at the end of the day, when I think about my own lived experiences, when I think about my dad's $1 million end-of-life summary of care bill after just 1 year of treatment, there is something inherently wrong in how our system is working, and knowing that because we were covered, that was a privilege that is not extended to all people. And yes, that is a definition of systemic racism. $1 million. What happens to the people who don't have that, who are not covered? What happens to the people, the 15% of Coloradans that aren't covered? I ask for a yes vote. I'm obviously a yes vote. I ask for your support. I ask that we continue to work on this, and I ask that we continue to make sure that we take steps forward to find an approach that works for all Coloradans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, Representative Bockenfeld.
Early on in this debate, I mentioned that sometimes our good intentions hurt more than they help. And I asked a question that I never got an answer to. We talked about the doctors who may contemplate leaving the state of Colorado if they have to be mandated to take in a certain business. But the question that never got answered was that many of our doctors today take in Medicaid, Medicare, and it's discretionary, the percentage of these cases that they take in. And one of the challenges that we have today in society is getting doctors to take more Medicaid and Medicare. We also have doctors who, from a community service standpoint, provide services to the needy. They do this free of charge. Now I'm going to re-ask my question. When you mandate on the group of doctors that are left that they take in these cases of Colorado option patients, who is reimbursing them at a lower rate than customarily they would be reimbursed, is it going to reduce, or will they reduce, the number of Medicaid and Medicare cases? I need to know this. I have a substantial number of senior citizens in my district, and I think they want to know. They're having a hard time finding a good doctor as it is now that takes some of their cases. I think they want to know. And I didn't get any answers through this whole debate from anybody if they thought this was an issue. I pretty much feel like the issue was ignored in the debate. So again, I'll repeat, sometimes our good intentions hurt more than it helps, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise and respond to what was said a few moments ago, that somehow this medical system is systemically racist.
Representative Pico, I don't, just be sensitive to how people spoke before, but go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I take exception to what was said and the implication to anyone who opposes the bankrupting of the medical system as being systemically racist. I really take exception to that. Mr. Speaker, you had a tremendous speech the other morning that talked about being civil to each other and accepting people's comments back and forth. And that was a great speech, and it lasted less than a day before the same sort of stuff came up. And again, we hear it this morning. We're systemically racist if we oppose this bill. I take exception to that.
I appreciate that, Representative Pico. That's not what I heard in the well. But it's let's make sure if we have conversations on the floor, we take them off the floor, especially on third reading. Again, that's not what I heard from the representative who spoke before. But is there further discussion? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in opposition of this bill, House Bill 1232, the Colorado Public Option. What we heard in committee was that 53% of Colorado's hospitals are operating with a non-sustainable budget, meaning that if you ask them to cut any level of a percent, whether 1% or 18%, these hospitals would be failing and might have to cut critical line items that are offering care to patients. They might have to cut doctors or nurses. That has a chilling effect on access to health care, especially for rural Colorado, where currently we're struggling to get doctors and nurses to work in our hospitals. In committee, I asked over and over again of the different witnesses, both for and against, are doctors and nurses overpaid? I even cited a Brookings Institution study that said of the wealthy nations in America, in the world, America's doctors and nurses make the most. Not a single witness for or against said that our doctors or nurses are overpaid. As a matter of fact, the head of the AFL-CIO for Colorado said, in his opinion, doctors and nurses should be paid more, especially after the historic pandemic year of 2020. When looking at the budgets of hospitals, well over half of the budget are in salaries and benefits. Also diving into the employees of a hospital, 78% of our healthcare workforce are females and well over 40% are minorities. This was research done by our own Legislative Council staff. While we did hear that 15% of Coloradans' medical debt are in collections, I do want to tell you my own experience from having served and currently serving as chair of the Delta County Memorial Hospital Board's Finance Committee. When someone does go to collections, we work with them. And if it's apparent that they just cannot pay at all, we write that off. That becomes charity care. We don't strive to bankrupt anyone. Hospital boards, doctors, understand that you can't get, what's the old saying go? Blood out of a turnip? Water out of a rock? Well, there comes a point in time when you're unable to collect from an individual and it serves no purpose to bankrupt them. There are also flaws in this bill. A new standard was created called essential access. However, if you look at what's not critical access and what meets the definition in the bill, the only 3 hospitals that then get swept up into this are Animas Surgical Center, Sterling, and Telluride. Hospitals in rural Colorado like Montrose Memorial, Delta County Memorial, Community, those hospitals are left out of this list of essential access. And while it was said that there could be a bump up in how much your reimbursement rate could be based on efficiencies in billing practices and how you run your hospital, it's still quite troubling because there's no guarantee that what a hospital board views as doing a good job is the same thing that the insurance commissioner here in Denver might view as being efficient in running a hospital. I also want to echo what Representative Bockenfeld just said. Medicare, excuse me, Medicare and Medicaid, you don't have to take those patients if you're a doctor. What I'm afraid is going to happen is this bill will prioritize the standard option patients, further having a chilling effect on access to quality health care of those who are most impoverished in our great state, those who are on Medicaid. Instead of taking a Medicaid patient every single day, a provider may only take a Medicaid patient once a week or maybe even once a month. When you start squeezing the healthcare balloon, you provide better options over here, but you frustrate access over there. Colorado has made tremendous strides over the last 3 years. 3 years ago, when I was first elected to this great body, 22 of our counties only had one health insurance option. Today, that's down to 10. We've reduced it by half in 3 years. That's great work, and we should continue to chip away at what we're doing. But these large sweeps in policy are very dangerous. I do want to talk about cost shifting as I wrap up. Businesses with 50-plus employees do see an economic benefit in being self-insured, an ERISA plan. They're able to encourage their employees to have certain good health outcomes. They can negotiate generics. They can do a lot of things to lower the cost of health care. But for the small group plans and the individual plans, once you start pushing those plans down, there's going to be a cost shift up. And I know that there's a provision in the bill where these companies can go, or associations can go running to the state and ask for an evaluation to see whether or not cost shifting has occurred. But it's going to have to occur, because we're not going to allow our rural hospitals to fail. We're not going to bankrupt our rural hospitals. There will be a cost shifting that occurs. I just fear how many of us in rural Colorado won't be able to get the access to quality health care that we deserve on account of this policy. Once again, I want to ask the body to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all, quite a few of us, will talk about our districts and what's important to our districts, but I think it's extremely important to understand that we do care about this entire state, and I think we all do. There's been some things mentioned, and I think it's extremely important to note, and I'm sure all of us got emails from physicians, hospitals, clinics. We've heard of there may be clinics shutting down, and if we have heard what areas they will likely be in, it's close to minority communities. Those are the ones very likely most affected. That's what we're hearing. So when we consider this bill and is it good for everyone, I just want us to sit back and think of that point of view and take that seriously, which we talk about this a lot, and it's a very important aspect of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Woog. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Members, I'm here today as a rural legislator. We've heard a number of arguments. I'm going to keep mine short. I'm concerned about rural Colorado because I'm from rural Colorado. I've got 2 hospitals in my district. I've got a number of clinics, and these are linchpins in my communities. People are not moving to communities that the hospital just recently closed, I can tell you that. I worry about the equity people have in those communities. You know, we run on such small margins, and I've spoken with leadership of our hospitals. It's not uncommon to be 2 or 3% margin. But the request that we cut prices and get like that is something that I don't think's been thought clear through. And I did ask a question the other night in regards to the people who live close to state lines and their primary care, or their, not particularly, but their hospital care has to be taken outside the state, and they're a patient of the standardized plan. Will they have insurance? I still don't know. For that reason, it makes me wonder if we are doing the right thing for people that don't have great access to hospital care anyway. It's really not uncommon for people in my district to travel 30, 40 miles to the hospital because that's the one that's closest to them. You know, we got a lot of space out there. We got a lot of great things to look at. We want you to come. But for those of us who live there, it sometimes is tougher than it looks. And if we're going to make it harder, if there's the chance we're going to make it harder, I think we should stop, take another look, and see. I know a lot of work's gone into this. I know a lot of conversation has been held, and, you know, things have been drawn on the whiteboard, and we can do this, we can do that. But one of the things that happened out in the rural areas was I'm not sure a lot of us got talked to. Because I know the doctors in my community are concerned, the doctors in my district are concerned. And until we can answer some of the questions that I've asked, let alone some of the other questions that have been asked, please vote no on 1232, standard option health care.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I wanted to address my comment to some of the opening comments made by Representative Byrd, who I have great respect for. You know, when we are looking at Coloradans who have high medical bills, pushing them into bankruptcy, and we're looking to find ways to make care more accessible and more affordable. Those are hugely important goals as part of how we do healthcare in this state. But I respectfully submit that if you have a bill that is going to result in, even though this isn't your intention, that is going to result in the exodus of doctors from Colorado, moving to other states, retiring early, and new doctors not coming into the state, if this bill has that effect, then you never get to solving the goals or making better the issues of affordability or accessibility, because you're going to have such a long wait trying to find a doctor to see for your health condition that now becomes the overriding issue. That's why I believe this bill is not the right approach. I won't belabor all the additional contacts I got over the weekend from the many, many doctors in my district. You've already heard it, but it is almost universal among the doctor community about what will result from this bill. An exodus of doctors without replacement, going to states who do not have this kind of mandatory participation and low reimbursement rates. For that reason, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was just going to come up here and reiterate one of the comments I made during seconds. But with some of the other comments that I've heard this morning, I felt it necessary to kind of point out and maybe highlight a question that developed in my mind as a result of some of the comments that I heard. And that is to stand here and to say that 1232 will somehow fix or correct for what we are to understand to be a systemically racist system, then I can't help but question, does that mean that as we look upon the profession of our medical professionals across Colorado, that without 1232 that they are somehow incapable of overcoming their racist tendencies? And I take extreme exception to that. I think, like many in this body, I've had the opportunity to go in front of a medical professional, my wife, my kids, myself, for whatever the reason was, and I have been treated by a very diverse profession. Immigrants, you name it. Even as I look at the quality of care and the profession of care that as a soldier on active duty I received is incredibly diverse. And so before we go down the path of saying that because of privilege, we have the ability to access care, quality of care, or other, and that 1232 will recognize the systemic racism qualities of that care, I think that's a dangerous path to go. But that's the question that came to my mind. And as I think of privilege, the predominant form of insurance that I've had is TRICARE. TRICARE in the Pikes Peak region is actually difficult to find physicians to actually take you on. And that is because of the costs associated that the physicians see as a result of those who are covered by TRICARE. And so that, in line with that thought, I got an email from an individual that I respect greatly. He's an economist, probably one of the smartest guys I've had the luxury of getting to know while I've been in this building. And I can talk about all the other emails that I received with concerns from physicians, with concerns from people that are trying to even access good quality care and to know that they can go and seek the type of care that they need. And I've heard from those physicians and I've heard from constituents and otherwise that are concerned that they won't be able to even access a physician because there is the concern that we are going to see medical professionals leave the state. And so those emails aside, which I think some of my colleagues have spoken about, one of the emails that stood out to me, specifically from the gentleman that I just mentioned, it was probably the shortest email that I received, but it was the one that actually has stuck with me the most. And it was one sentence. It was a question. He said, "How do you cure a market failure by imposing a bigger market failure?" And I think that's what we're left with as we look at 1232 and we are about to cast our final vote. I have concerns with 1232, grave concerns, and it's shared by many in my district. I will be a no, and I would urge us all to vote no. Not because we're somehow, I'll just leave that one be, but members, I would encourage a no vote.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
I want to share with you, Representative Will.
I want to come down and talk on this. I've been hearing the reimbursement rates and Medicare and Medicaid, and I have 5 hospitals in my district. 4 of those are critical access hospitals. One in Craig, one in Meeker, one in Rangeley, Grand River and Rifle. Then, of course, I have Valley View and Glenwood Springs. But four of those 5 are critical access hospitals. And, I have a real concern. It sort of doesn't matter how good a health insurance we have if there's no facilities to treat people. So we have to take care of these hospitals, and I've heard from all of them. They're very concerned with this bill, and I know there's the reimbursement rates have been shown, but there's also a lot of benchmarks those hospitals have to reach, and so they're worried, and they're worried about being able to keep the doors open. And we already in rural areas have trouble finding doctors and medical professionals. And I'd like to, I think this brings my point home. I would like to read a letter I got, an email from a lady in Meeker who I happen to know really well. But she says, "My name is Jenny Love from Meeker. I'm a third-generation Meeker native, and with my sons and grandchildren, we are a 5-generation family here in Meeker. My father helped build the original hospital here in Meeker, and my nephew helped build our present new facility. Our facility has grown tremendously in the last 5 years, with many patients coming not only from our White River Valley area, but also all of northwest Colorado and in states beyond for services performed here in our state-of-the-art orthopedic center. Our patients are from all age groups, ethnic groups, and not only are we successful in orthopedics, but in all areas of our facility. We have a beautiful long-term care facility. I work in patient registration, so my job is to be patient advocate, to help with registration from demographics to insurance and giving patients a voice for their needs. Our patients are like family, and many are longtime residents of Rio Blanco County. Others are newcomers. We were all treated the same. We get to know our patients, their families. Many conversations are about our families, sports activities, just basic heartfelt concern for each other. Our patients appreciate our compassion, our diligence to make each of them feel special. I have a large bulletin board in my office that is filled with thank you notes and pictures from our young patients. Pioneer Medical Center in Meeker, the only hospital within 40 to 50 miles. The next closest is 50 miles. In the wintertime, this drive could be well over an hour, which I know for a fact it is. Our hospital, like the others in northwest Colorado, serve the rural communities. If House Bill 21-1232 is passed, this could greatly compromise our patients and their ability to have good local health care. Older patients would be left without any local health care, and many no way to travel to the next closest larger hospital to receive services. Our patients trust us. They know us, have a true bond with our staff. We know, and we do with each patient. We're available 24/7 for our patients, and many have our local providers' phone numbers to be called 24/7 if needed. We strive for excellence and provide extremely up-to-date service. Patient care is at the top of our list. I read your bill. I have grave concerns. If this bill is passed and the fallout as we expect, our patients will suffer greatly. Without a hospital care center, clinic here, the minutes that leave many hanging between life and death could certainly be death without our facility. Are you willing to take that chance? To be responsible for a bill that allows patients to not receive prompt care. Larger city hospitals are already understaffed, and many are over capacity. How will this bill make this situation any better if it forces our rural health care facilities to shut the doors because they cannot financially keep them open any longer? I looked up each and every one of the sponsors for this bill and looked to see where they represent. Of the 64 counties in our state, 18 counties are represented, which is 28%. 7 counties are rural: Eagle, Routt, Delta, Gunnison, Pitkin, Summit, having a percentage rate of 11%. The majority of the support for this bill comes from the Denver metro area, which is 17%. Only 28% of the state is represented in this bill. I'm concerned that it is not a fair representation to our patients and our facilities and all rural patients. How do we arrive at the 10% and 20% cuts? What services will cut these numbers? How many jobs will be cut in order for the bill to achieve its goals? How many rural hospitals will have to shut down? We're planning to visit the rural hospitals to see what you're willing to jeopardize in this bill. Are you prepared to answer grieving patients that have to drive for hours for health care only to not make it in time? I'm not being over dramatic. I'm being honest, and this is a real threat to rural areas. Having local health care minutes versus hours away is imperative. Our patients' quality of care is top priority. So I'd ask for a no vote on House Bill 1232.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the district that I represent, I unequivocally reject the accusations of systemic racism. In this country, in this age, the false cries of systemic racism are the
Representative Hanks.
pounding
Representative
drums
Hanks.
of the
Representative
long
Hanks.
march to national socialism. I beg your pardon?
Representative Hanks, what you are saying has nothing to do with the bill that's before us. So I'm not sure if we're ready to move forward, but let's be in a brief recess and we'll come right back. The House will come back to order. Members, we're still on third reading. If you could please make your way back to your seats and take any conversations off the floor. Representative Hanks. Oh, hold on one second. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to parley with you and a few of the leadership. All I want to conclude with here is I see this as a bad direction. I think I recall back in my youth with some admiration of Margaret Thatcher in Britain trying to push back against the healthcare system there. I see this as headed in the same wrong direction. I urge a no vote on 132. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to rise in opposition to this bill. I would like, if the sponsor would like to answer this question, what state program has been successful that the government has had this much influence in? You know, when the pandemic was at its height, I actually called the CDPHE, and that number was, you know, thank you for your call, but do not leave a message. We are not monitoring this phone. I don't know how people are going, why people would think that the government that's going to have this much influence over our health care would be successful. So if you want to answer that question, that'd be great. Thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, Representative Larson.
So members, I want to come down and talk about a couple of things. The first thing I do want to speak about, and I think it's an important point to underline with this bill, because I think the most substantive thing that, frankly, this bill does is that it creates and makes Colorado the only state in the union that has a compulsory, mandatory participation plan for doctors. And I want to underscore that because I think we're really glossing over the importance of that. Anybody in the medical profession, and we talk about the issues of access to care and how those do indeed disproportionately impact communities of color. And a lot of that has to do with reimbursement rates and where doctors and clinics can afford to set up. And if you've ever talked to somebody who is on Medicaid who's trying to get a doctor's appointment or some fairly routine checkup or procedure, it is enormously difficult to find a provider that will take it. And furthermore, it's enormously difficult to find a provider that will take it that's anywhere close to where a lot of these people live. And that is a problem, because it's one thing to have access and coverage to healthcare, but if the nearest provider that will take you is 20 miles away and you're working and you don't have a car, that's effectively the same thing as not having health insurance or not having any kind of coverage or access to medical care at all. And this bill won't do anything to address that. What this bill will do, it will take those physicians and those providers who are already reticent to go in because the economics are so hard to work, and it will make them subject to force of law, subject to losing their medical license, which, members, we're talking about, for many people, $1 million, decade-long investment of their life and time. And if that is the consequence, if they don't take somebody who has this insurance plan, why would they choose to locate in our state when they can go to 49 other states that would be happy to have them? And when there is a shortage of medical professionals, where they are in demand, states are tripping over each other to try to entice people. And this plan is going to, frankly, in my mind, I think is going to further exacerbate the issue with people not wanting to take Medicare and Medicaid patients, because now there's going to be a third level of insurance that they're going to be forced to take that is not going to frankly reimburse them at cost. So now they're going to look at Medicare and Medicaid patients and say, wow, that's even less attractive because now I have this whole other 15% of my pool that I'm also going to have to take that's frankly under my cost. So where do I shift that? So I think this is going to have a very detrimental impact. And frankly, I think it's going to be detrimental to the communities that are currently underserved the most with medical care. It's also going to have a detrimental impact in communities like mine. Because again, why would physicians choose to locate here? Why would a pediatrician choose to locate in Colorado when they can move their practice to any other state and have the same level of access? Members, I also want to talk a little bit about my personal experience here. And the other thing that I really do worry about is that we are not presenting a clear picture of the dichotomy here between the access and the quality of care. I have spent my entire life going to a specialist and being with people who have a totally different relationship with the healthcare system than I would posit the vast majority of people in this body would have. And, you know, I spent a good deal of time trying to compose myself after hearing the story of Representative McKean's daughter, which is a story I'd already heard, because it is all too familiar. And I will tell you, in Colorado, we have access to two of the world's most preeminent congenital cardiac specialists in the world. People come here from other states to see these doctors because they are so specialized and because there are so few of us. I would go in and have my checkups, and when I was a kid, I didn't think anything of it because I was 5 years old. My parents just said, oh, we got to go to the checkup. It didn't really matter to me. Just thought it was normal. And then when I got to my teen years, and indeed when I was in college in 2008, when I was going in for my third heart surgery in my life, things started to change because I would go and sit in the waiting room, and the parents with their young children, who, by the way, many of them were members of communities of color, would look at me and they'd get kind of that sheepish look where they really wanted to come and talk to me, but a lot of them didn't buck up the courage. And they would come up and talk to me. And it was because they hadn't seen anybody that old in the pediatric cardiology unit, because they all died. And that's what I deal with every single year, and that's why I get so emotional, because when I go into these things, it's like running an emotional gauntlet, because I have all these parents who look at me with hope and joy, because they're like, oh, that's an adult, and he's here, so maybe my 3-year-old will make it. Maybe my 8-year-old does have a chance. And I love talking to those people because I can see it makes them happy, but it really does rag on me. And you know, it's tough. And I am so thankful that I live in this world, in this time. The first successful heart transplant in the entire world was in 1967. That's probably not a statistic a lot of you know. It matters a lot to me. But this is so new. And medical technology has gone so far in the last few decades. And people who would not have lived past childhood are now living full lives. And that's a miracle. And I get to see dozens of them every single year. I don't have a choice, but I love seeing them. And we are at true risk when we do things like what we're proposing to do here, of driving away access to care. And I know that that's not something that is going to really impact the vast majority of people in this state, because these are rare conditions. They're congenital. They're extremely rare. It only impacts a small amount of the people here. But it's life and death. If I didn't have a doctor here, I would have to fly several states over, as indeed many of the people who see my cardiologist do every single time that they have to come in for their annual echocardiogram. For me, it's a drive across town, and it costs a little gas money, and it's a day, and it's fine. For a lot of folks, it's a plane flight. It's a couple nights in the Spring Hill Suites across the street. And it's emotionally taxing. And then for those, whenever you have to have a surgery, God forbid, it's months. And to do that close to home is hard enough. To not have access to that kind of care here, and that's just a tiny little part of it. I mean, you know, there are so many other rare diseases, rare disorders that have nothing to do with the heart, that have to do with lungs, brain, cancer, you name it. Go to Children's Hospital. It's a gorgeous facility, and it has several floors. The only one I ever go to is the second. But every floor is probably packed full of waiting rooms with kids with stories similar to mine. And what we run the risk of here in Colorado when we pass this is that those specialists are no longer going to find Colorado an attractive place to do business. They're going to be talking about the Houston Medical Center, or the Salt Lake City Medical Center, or the Los Angeles Medical Center, because it's so easy for the doctors to move.
You have 1 minute remaining, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, I come down here, I appreciate what the sponsors are trying to do, and this is a difficult question. Indeed, we are building this into a system that was born out of a federal law that passed 11 years ago that was supposed to make healthcare affordable. And here we are 11 years later, healthcare is not affordable. We're trying to fix it. I get the problem. It's a real problem, and I in no way disparage what you're trying to do here. What I am saying is that this is going to uniquely make us unpalatable across the entire country. And it is going to hurt Coloradans as compared to every other person in this country. So members, I ask for a no vote today. I ask for you to let some of the good work we've done over the last 3 years continue to work its way through these major changes we have done. And I ask for us to come back with something that is not going to push providers out and make every Coloradan suffer for lack of access to care. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the discussion today. Thank you for the late night and early morning a few days ago. And I just want to start by saying I respect everybody for sharing their personal stories, their interactions with the healthcare system. I certainly have one or two of those as well, but not going to share those today. But I will say that this bill is not something that just got thrown together. This is a bill that's been 4 years in the making through hours and months and countless meetings. And I want to thank all of the stakeholders who did come to the table and worked in a very productive manner. And you know, that commitment to continue talking is there and will continue as this bill moves through the process. But the stakeholding on this bill has resulted in organizations like the Colorado Hospital Association, neutral on 1232. Colorado Association of Health Plans, neutral on 1232. The Rural Health Alliance, that represents almost all of the rural hospitals and clinics that got mentioned here today, neutral on the bill. The American Academy of Family Physicians, neutral on the bill. Children's Hospital, which Representative Larson just spoke to the importance of, neutral on this bill. We can't wait to take action any longer. And that's why we've worked so hard to get all of those organizations to a good place where they know that this bill can work. It will deliver lower health insurance premiums to Coloradans, and it will mean that Coloradans, more Coloradans, can go to all of those incredible doctors and those incredible clinics and hospitals and get the care that they need. That's what I want as a legislator. That's what we all want as legislators. To say that we are passing a bill that would drive out providers and decrease access to care, that's laughable. Why would anybody ever want to do that? I would take my name off this bill and pull it off the calendar if that were actually the case. We all know that's not the case. Now, I don't expect every citizen of Colorado and every physician to read the bill, but I do expect my colleagues to. And if you have, you'll know that those concerns have been addressed. Rural hospitals will get paid more under this plan so that those hospitals and clinics operating on the margin will get the cost and the financial support that they need. We need to get this done this year. 1 in 4 Coloradans who are on the individual market cannot pay for necessities like food, rent, or heat because their medical bills are too high. 1 in 6 Colorado counties only have one option on the individual market right now. No competition at all. 68% of Coloradans who are uninsured have not had any preventative care over the last 12 months because they don't have insurance. They can't afford it. There are constituents in my district and in every single one of your districts right now who are paying unaffordable insurance for themselves, their families, or their small businesses. And there are people in your districts right now who are going without the security of health insurance for them, their children, their small businesses, employees, because the cost is too high. We can do better. Our jobs here are about helping constituents, and this is about their lives. Now, keep in mind what this bill actually is. It's not an overhaul of Colorado's healthcare system. It's far from that. It is a narrowly targeted approach at an acute problem that we have in our state, which is unaffordable costs on the individual and small group market. At most, that represents 15% of our state's population would even be eligible to buy this plan. We'll also be able to bring over 18,000 people who are uninsured right now onto the insurance rolls. That means more people are going to those doctors, more people going to the hospitals, not less. This bill is a good bill for rural Colorado. And I know there's been a lot of talk about how somehow it's not, but I have taken particular pains to make sure that this bill is good for rural Colorado. To say that it's not is not what's contained in the bill text or what will happen. Now, we've heard a lot about why we shouldn't do something. This is too complicated. Should put a pause on this. People's lives and their health care don't have time to put a pause on this. Our jobs and this bill is about helping individuals, helping families, and helping small businesses. We need to pass this bill so more Coloradans can afford the security of health insurance, so that they can go see our state's doctors and go to our state's hospitals and get the care that they need. Other comments about this bill today are meant to protect the status quo or ask you to vote no so the status quo stays in place. Colleagues, the status quo is not working. Everyone knows that. Everyone who came to committee said that. Even if they were against the bill, they said the status quo is not working. This bill is about our constituents. They are asking for help, and they've been asking for help for years. To vote no means that you think that we can wait on this issue. I humbly ask you to vote yes so we can start making a difference for those who need health insurance. I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1232.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last couple of weeks, I have spent my Saturdays, as I'm sure many of you have, in the district, out and about at Blossom Days and Cinco de Mayo celebrations. And this is one of the topics that is constantly brought up. In fact, I have constituents who literally are pleading with me to convince this body to vote no. One woman in particular was so passionate. She runs a clinic in a rural part of my district, a very well-respected clinic that cares for the community, that loves on the community, that provides for the community. And she not only engaged with me on the street for quite some time, but she also wrote me this email. She said, "As we discussed, I am very concerned about HB 21-1232 and the effect it will have on healthcare providers and the communities we serve. I do agree that healthcare costs are too high and must be reduced. However, as written, this bill will negatively affect the healthcare system and the patient population. No other commercial, state, or federal health benefit plan requires mandatory participation. I feel this bill is an unprecedented, illegal step too far. Coercion of burned out and demoralized physicians, mid-level providers, as well as other healthcare support staff who have been at the forefront of this pandemic for more than a year will not, in bold, make a healthcare system that is sustainable. These health plans will hold all of the power at the expense of community healthcare providers and the patients we serve. The bill provides even more leverage to highly profitable health plans to only offer take-it-or-leave-it contracts to physicians and mid-level providers. Under this bill, corporate executives and shareholders will continue to profit at the expense of healthcare providers and patients. As written, the bill only focuses on slashing costs. The promotion of prevention and providing high-value, innovative, quality care are, at best, afterthoughts in the bill. Healthcare workforce shortages in Colorado are real, especially in rural and underserved communities. Mandatory participation in the public option will drive physicians and mid-level providers away and make the task of recruiting and retaining providers even more difficult. I'm asking you to vote no on HB 21-1232, Colorado option on the House floor. Thank you for your time to consider my concerns regarding this damaging legislation. I am highly sensitive to slippery slope, Chicken Little kind of arguments. I have heard time and time again in promoting particular ideas that would change ways of doing things in communities or in organizations or other types of entities. You can't do that, right? We've never done it this way. And so I am highly understanding of the sponsors and what you're saying, that the idea that we can't change simply because we fear change or we're afraid of what might happen isn't reason enough. And I get that, I do. And I can't speak to the specifics of the bill in any way that is intelligible because the medical community is something I don't have an expertise in. I have to rely on the people in my district who do have an expertise in what they're saying to me and how this is going to impact them, like this clinic director and others who have stopped me time and time again. What I can tell you, though, is I've lived seasons without insurance. And I've had to cover those bills on my own and wonder what that looks like and how I'm going to do that. I've also lived in jurisdictions where the government has sought to fix this problem, and I, as an immigrant, had absolutely no access to care for years because doctors moved out of the jurisdiction or didn't get into the medical profession because of it. Now, I know we all came into this room decided, or I suspect as much.
Let's be sensitive, Representative Luck, to impugning motives of how people walked in.
Thank you, sorry. I knew the minute I said it. Thank you, sorry. Suggesting I will be voting no today on this bill. Not because I'm against change, not because I want to maintain the status quo for the sake of the status quo, not because I'm afraid of new things or new ideas. I will be voting no on this bill. One, because my own personal experience of having serious medical issue that I can't get treated for because of a system that is similar was in place. And two, I will be voting no because I don't think neutral is good enough. I'm a strong believer that we can find answers to the problems we face where the stakeholders involved can be a support position. Moving from opposition to neutral may mean a lot of things for a lot of people. But for me, it's not good enough. The people who are going to be most impacted by this, the medical community, and thereby the people they serve, to hear that they're only at neutral suggests to me that the solution that is before us isn't solution enough. And while I honor and respect the amount of work that has gone into this, I really believe we need to go back to those conversational tables and trust that we can find a way forward where everyone supports. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1232? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1232 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Oh. That was my fault. Those participating remotely, Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1232 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Thank you, Carl. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 162.
Senate Bill 162 by Senator Gardner, also Representative Snyder and Soper, concerning spendthrift provisions and trust pursuant to the Colorado Uniform Trust Code.
Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 162 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 162 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 162 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title. Oh yeah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1274.
House Bill 1274 by Representative Tatone, also Senators Zenzinger and Heisey, concerning the beneficial use of unused state-owned real property in connection therewith, directing the Department of Personnel to inventory such property and use such property to promote affordable housing, child care, resident, mental, and behavioral health care, and renewable energy development.
Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1274 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1274 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote? Sorry, Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1274 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 22.
Senate Bill 22 by Senators Bridges and Smallwood, also Representatives Snyder and McKean, concerning confirmation of receipt of a written request to perform an audit of a Medicaid provider prior to the commencement of the audit.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 22 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 22 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Hooton, Van Beber, and Van Winkle. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 22 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1012.
House Bill 1012 by Representatives Rich and Mullica, also Senators Pedersen and Quorum, concerning expansion of the prescription drug monitoring program to track information regarding all prescription drugs prescribed in Colorado.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1012 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1012 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1012 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1014.
House Bill 1014 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Baisley, also Senator Danielson, concerning the ability of a person to voluntarily disclose disability information to the Department of Revenue.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1014 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1014 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Duran and Representative Froelich. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1014 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1030.
House Bill 1030 by Representatives McCluskey and McKean, also Senators Buckner and Cook, concerning expanding the peace officers' mental health support grant program to include community partnerships.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1030 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1030 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1030 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. And Representative Jackson, did I miss your hand? Representative Jackson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I see my name is already in green.
Great. Thank you, Representative Jackson. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1085.
House Bill 1085 by Representatives McCluskey and Larson, also Senators Bridges and Smallwood, concerning secure transportation for an individual in a behavioral health crisis.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1085 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1085 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. 61 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 2 excused. House Bill 1085 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1118. I'm sorry, 1110.
House Bill 1110 by Representative Ortiz, also Senator Danielson, concerning adding language to relevant Colorado statutes related to persons with disabilities to strengthen protections against discrimination on the basis of disability.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1110 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1110 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1110 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1166.
House Bill 1166 by Representatives Young and Will, also Senator Janal, concerning training providers across the state and cross-system behavioral health crisis response as it relates to persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1166 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1166 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. 55 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 2 excused. House Bill 1166 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1228.
House Bill 1228 by Representative Froelich, also Senators Smallwood and Winter, concerning oversight of court personnel who are regularly involved in cases related to domestic matters.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1228 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1228 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Catlin, Geithner, Lynch, D. Valdez, Van Pepper. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1228 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 104.
Senate Bill 104 by Senator Zenzinger, also Representatives Kipp and Basenecker, concerning the continuation of the Special Education Fiscal Advisory Committee.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 104 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 104 on third reading and final passage. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Bacon, Benavides, Holtorf, and Lontine. Representative Holtorf. Please close the machine. It's a $2 fine, Representative Holtorf. With 46 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 104 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1293.
House Bill 1293 by Representative Snyder and Larson, also Senator Woodward, concerning a modification to the threshold below which a bank need not use a credentialed appraiser to appraise property reflected in its balance sheet.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1293 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1293 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Benavides, Catlin, and D. Valdez. Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1293 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Good work. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1284.
House Bill 1284 by Representatives Valdez A. and Van Winkle, also Senators Hansen and Priola, concerning modifications to the limitation on the aggregate amount of fees that may be assessed by governmental bodies for the installation of active solar energy systems, in connection therewith extending the repeal date of the limitation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1284 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1284 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Catlin, Gonzalez, Gutierrez, Pelton, Ransom. Please close the machine. 55 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 2 excused. House Bill 1284 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. The next order of business is general order, second reading of bills. Representative Cutter. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Cutter will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 21-1214.
House Bill 1214 by Representatives Weissman and Bacon, also Senators Coleman and Lee, concerning increased eligibility for procedures to reduce collateral sanctions experienced by defendants.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move 1214, the Appropriations Report and the Judiciary Report.
To the Judiciary Report. Oh, to the Appropriations. Apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Appropriations Committee report appropriates money to make the bill work. I ask for a yes vote.
Okay, what do I say? Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, to the Judiciary. To the the question before us is adoption of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. The Judiciary Report is adopted. Appropriations Report is adopted. It's very much a Monday. Appropriations Report is adopted. To the Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Judiciary Committee report rolls up 5 different amendments that are the result of a month or 5 weeks of stakeholder conversation subsequent to the introduction of the bill. Briefly, it tightens eligibility for offenses in a couple of different respects. It makes some minor implementation requests by the Judicial Department, and it strengthens cross-references to the Victim Rights Act, which is something important that we talk about in judiciary on a regular basis. As a result of that, the DA's Council has no position on the bill. 2 of the 4 survivor organizations that most commonly come before judiciary are supportive, and 1 more is neutral, and I definitely ask for the committee's support of the Judiciary Report.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is approval of the Judiciary Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. The Judiciary Report is adopted. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reflecting further conversation that has happened since the bill was in Judiciary Committee, I'm going to move a couple of amendments here. I first move L10 and ask that it be displayed. This is to the bill.
The amendment has been properly moved and is now displayed. To the amendment.
Okay, members, L10 does a few cleanup things that were raised by various stakeholders. At the top, in the Juvenile Code Title 19 context, we substitute the word adjudication for conviction. That is the correct word in that context. In the middle of the amendment, we confirm existing law that otherwise sealed records may be used in a teacher licensure context. That was at the request of some education stakeholders. The last 2 parts of L10 come from COVA, just to clarify the way in which, in a VRA context, a hearing can be requested. I ask for the committee's support of L10.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L10. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. The amendment is adopted. Representative Weissman.
Thank you. I move L14 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment L10 is properly displayed. L14 is properly displayed. Representative Weissman.
Okay, Madam Chair and members, L14 comes out of discussions that I had with Ranking Member Carver, also Rep. Luck, going all the way back to Judiciary Committee that continued into last week and actually as late as this morning. What L14 does is put some guardrails on a provision of the bill that allows OSPD, the Office of the State Public Defender, to try to obtain private funding to represent clients in sealing matters. There are foundations out there that might be interested to make grants in
support of this kind of work. Rep. Carver and I had some conversations about the need to avoid conflict of interest in this kind of context because we are talking about a law office. So what we do here is tighten the language. On the front end, we cross-reference the rules of professional conduct and American Bar Association standards. We explicitly write in that in no case may a grant or gift be conditioned on representing one or more specific individuals. The bottom part of the amendment adds a reporting requirement annually at the SMART Act hearings. Appreciate Rep. Carver's engagement on getting to this point, and I ask for the committee's support on L14.
Thank you, Representative Weissman. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Rep. Wiseman. The introduced version of the bill had the State Public Defender's Office soliciting donations and gifts for the purposes of sealing records. And I believe that this created a conflict of interest, a perception that a state government agency, the State Public Defender, was out there soliciting funds in a way that I think is not what we want to have government agencies doing. And so in working with the very fine Maureen Kane of the Public Defender's Office, it allows the State Public Defender to apply for grants, but is not allowed to seek or solicit gifts and donations. They may accept those, but again with the caveat that all the ethical rules apply, and it is not to be done in exchange for them bumping to the head of the line specific individuals, friends, neighbors, family of the donor or person making the gift who wants that conviction dealt with as a priority. So this language bars that, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L014. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, the amendment is adopted. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last amendment, I move L15 and ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you. Okay, Amendment L15 is properly moved and displayed.
Okay, members, this does exactly the same thing we just discussed for the Office of Alternate Defense Counsel. We needed to split this up on two different pages. OSPD is our public defender system. ADC is what's called conflict counsel. So if for some reason OSPD cannot represent a client, ADC does. This is exactly the same stuff we just talked about for ADC, and I ask for your support.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Amendment L15 is, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L015. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment is passed. Okay, to the bill. Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, I am very grateful for the opportunity to work on this bill, as one of the reasons that drew me to the legislature was to really get at root causes of some of the things that afflict our community. And when we talk about the sealing of records, and we're talking about just arrests, particularly for a minute, I just want to point out that this is a system that we have created that leaves a mark on a person throughout the rest of their lives. And so a run-in with the criminal justice system this way begins to manifest itself in other areas in which we do a lot of work. And so in a lot of ways, the mark of being arrested, and that means not convicted, even if your charges are dropped, even if you're acquitted, you still have this record. It begins to create self-fulfilling cycles or prophecies, in the sense that this record will keep you from scholarships, housings, jobs. And then you may not be able to earn middle or high wages. You can't find that security and shelter. But then we later go on to chastise people for being on assistance or for not going to work. So in order for us to live out what we say we want folks to be able to achieve, we've got to address if we are creating any barriers to that. And I believe that this system does if the sealing of these arrest records does not happen. So at the end of the day, I just want to share what some of the consequences are on people when they have these records. There are 57,000 jobs that are unavailable for this demographic because having a arrest record can get in the way of occupational licenses, to which there are 15,000 occupational licenses that are not accessible right now to people. It's $5.6 billion in lost economic activity because people cannot access this kind of work or work at all. And so across the nation, it's around $76 billion. So it's not just that people can't get scholarships or can't get licenses, it affects unemployment, workers' comp, and it also limits the ability for one to volunteer in their own kids' schools. And so members, I urge and I vote in order for us to address the root cause for some of the things that afflict our communities the most. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
So this bill actually hits me pretty personally in some ways, but I'll get to that in just a minute. But I think the bill sponsors have worked very hard and done a great job in trying to listen and craft a wonderful bill. So I appreciate your work on that. But none of that matters if I just basically disagree with the entire premise of what we're doing here. I think within the framework of what we're doing, I think you guys have created a wonderful bill. However, I just disagree with it from the get-go. And let me talk a little more about that. I believe our basic job here is to protect citizens from criminals. And we've kind of gone on a trend of trying to protect criminals that have been potentially unfairly treated in a system that they put themselves into. And we don't even know who these people are if we can't do background checks on them. And I mean, just back to the basic premise, crime in Colorado's increased, dramatically in 2020. Homicides in Denver soared to their highest level in nearly 40 years, increasing 51%. In Aurora, major violent crimes rose 22.3%. Murder climbed 39.3%. And things got even more grim further south. And 94% in Colorado, we had a rise in murder. Aggravated assaults climbed by 10.6%. So we are not in an environment or a climate where taking it easy on criminals, I think, is appropriate. So that's the basic premise of the bigger parts of this bill. I also don't like the idea that we will automatically seal your criminal record without the initiative taken by the criminal to go about getting their records sealed. I mean, I don't like the idea that criminal records can be sealed, but I really don't like the idea that it just happens automatically, without any effort from that convicted individual to, on their own volition, go and say, I'm going to make a difference in my life. I personally, not imposed by the government, I am going to go and make my life better. And so what do I have to do that? I need to go get my criminal records sealed. I need to take the initiative. That's the first step, I think, in recovery of these individuals coming back into being functional members of our society. We've now made that an automatic thing. Now, back to how this affects me personally. I actually employ convicted criminals all the time. I do that because I, in my heart, believe that those folks need a second chance. That's coming from me. It's not imposed upon me from the government. That is me taking people that I think need a second chance, and I have the wherewithal within my business to potentially change and direct their their life and their direction. I will tell you, I do that, though, I do that with my eyes wide open. My eyes wide open, knowing what I'm getting when I hire this person. And it doesn't bother me that they are multiple drug offenders, drug dealers, felons. That doesn't bug me, because I truly care about these individuals, and I want to do what I can as a citizen to try to restore them to productive life in our society. And I'll tell you a great story about the latest individual that I would say just graduated from my business. This fella came in, convicted of multiple drug offenses, drug dealing. I don't remember the exact charges, but spent a number of quite a bit of time in the penitentiary, actually in another state. Moved here, couldn't find employment, but I could tell that this was a good guy. And here's like a sidebar to this, it's really funny. He started off weighing over 300 pounds, and I could tell that this guy was involved in his own improvement, because I saw him melt off 160 of those pounds. And one day he came to me and said, "Mike, I need to make more money." And I said, "Well, for what you do here, I can't pay you anymore, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to a friend of mine who has a plumbing business, and we're going to get you to making some more money." So those are the kind of things that this bill would put me in incredible risk and keep me out of being able to do the right thing for my fellow citizen, because sometimes that risk would just be too high to take that risk. And this bill would take that away from me, and it would take away from the number of people. And I'm not the only business owner that I know that goes about trying to make a difference for themselves by helping other people. Taking that ability away, for me to have visibility of up to 5 convictions, is just not fair. Another example is, background checks kind of become null and void because we can't get to it, with the exception of the education amendment that we just passed. There's a lot of people that rely on background checks. I give an example of employment. There's other examples that we will basically be neutering the ability to do background checks in this state. And I don't think that's fair. And I would encourage a no vote on this bill.
Any further discussion? Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was a no vote in committee and will be a no on the floor. You know, in 2019, we had an extensive criminal conviction sealing bill, House Bill 1275, that provided for a process for sealing a wide range of offenses. And at that time, the original bill included multiple criminal convictions. And that got stripped out because of the public safety aspects of not letting the public have access, whether it's private employers, maybe it's a nonprofit, maybe it's a volunteer group with youth activities. Think of all the various endeavors we do that involve other people where we use a background check. And how we are now, when you have sealing of records, yes, government can see it, and we have some provisions in the bill that allow occupational licensing, Colorado Department of Education to look at, but what about all the private sector activity out there where normally they would do a background check and now that information is not going to be available? In House Bill 1275 in 2019, we made a decision that if you had one criminal conviction and then there was a passage of time with no further misconduct, that we would allow and authorize a sealing of the criminal conviction. This bill goes much, much further, and in a way that I think creates much graver public safety concerns. By allowing the sealing of multiple convictions, up to 5 convictions for lower level offenses, but up to 3 felony convictions, I think we really are going into an area where the balance of interests on public safety are at risk. In addition, we are sealing arrest records after 1 year, regardless of whether the investigation is completed, as opposed to House Bill 1275, which again addressed sealing of arrest records, that said what? If the investigation has concluded, the arrest record can be sealed. And so, for all of those reasons, I ask for a no vote on House Bill 1214.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to respond just in a few ways to some of what's been said. First, to our colleague from Northern Colorado who gives folks a second chance. Thank you, truly. I wish more people would. That's what this is about, after all, the second chances. To the point about background checks, there are many, 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 many exceptions in the law, as our colleague from El Paso County alluded to somewhat, where if the law has deemed a certain profession a sensitive one, we mentioned teachers, you can still see sealed records. We have a pretty restrained version of sealing in Colorado, maybe compared to other states. There have been references to what conviction records can be sealed. The only thing that is automatic is one single petty offense. That is the lowest level of offense that we have in Colorado. Everything else, a single misdemeanor, every instance of multiple offenses involves judicial discretion. There's a hearing. There's a balancing of factors. We trust judges every day to apply the law to facts and come to the right answer. That's all we're saying here. And Rep. Carver is right. Years ago, there was a multiple sealing provision in a bill that was struck. It wasn't ready. I'll admit that. It needed more work. The state whose law I look to more than any other law for this part of this bill this year is Utah, conservative state, our neighbor to the west. I want to hit one more thing. Usually when I get up in the morning, I pull whatever shirt out of the closet. There's a reason I pulled this teal shirt out of the closet today, and this tie, and I'm wearing this ribbon. This ribbon comes from that day in the end of April when we all stood down here wearing jeans to try to raise awareness for survivors of sexual violence. And part of what motivates me to do this bill this year, and yes, to automate things where currently the burden is on the individual, and yes, to allow, not a guarantee, but judicial discretion for even folks with multiple priors, is because contrary to the impression that we have sometimes, there is not a clean line between those who offend and those who are offended against. Because particularly if you look at women in the system, there is an overwhelming share of women who become entangled in the criminal justice system who have been victimized in some way themselves. Domestic violence, sexual violence, things of that nature. I read a story that would break your heart if you heard it in 2 committees. I'm not going to read it again here. But part of why I think that we need to support second chances, to take this incremental step, is out of recognition of that reality, that the only thing worse than when you have been so brutally victimized as some people in our society are and have been, and pulled into the law as an offender, drugs or anything else, when you yourself are the survivor, as if you then cannot get out of the shadow of that. And that's what this is about today. You know, there's somebody who I think captured this a lot better than I could, and that's Brian Stevenson. I hope members know him. If not, it's worth looking into. There is a strength, a power even, in understanding brokenness, because embracing our brokenness creates a need and desire for mercy, perhaps a corresponding need to show mercy. When you experience mercy, you learn things that are hard to learn otherwise. You see things you can't otherwise see. You hear things you can't otherwise hear. You begin to recognize the humanity that resides in each of us. Isn't that what we want for everybody in society? Isn't that what we want, particularly for those who have committed an offense and are transitioning out of the criminal legal system, and we want to keep it that way? I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to briefly respond to the second chance comments of Rep. Wiseman. I completely agree that we need a system of second chances. That's what House Bill 1275 that we passed in 2019 provided, is that when whatever occurred in your life that caused you to engage in criminal activity, and then you served your time, you made restitution, and then there was a passage of time where it showed that you had made the correction in your life and there wasn't going to be further criminal activity. That's the second chance. And that's what we approved in a broad bipartisan vote in support of House Bill 1275 in 2019. Respectfully, this bill, 1214, is not the second chance bill. This bill, for some of the misdemeanor and minor offenses, is the fourth chance. For felonies, 3 convicted felonies, it's the fourth chance. So at some point, and this was quite frankly the judgment and we had in 2019, that we shouldn't provide a sealing process for multiple convictions. We made the right policy choice then. We provided the second chance. But when there is repeated criminal activity, again and again and again, respectfully, that is information that private employers should be able to have access to, others in our community, nonprofits, volunteer activities, youth activities. That is information that they should be able to get access to. So I did want to respond to where I think Colorado has supported second chances, and very strongly. This bill is not that.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. It was touched on that this might be a incremental change and even a small change, and just want to talk about this from a landlord perspective. You know, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So landlords will consider this if they might be missing something on a background check, and they probably will make some changes. And what some of these changes may be is maybe a higher security deposit. They may require higher credit score. They're going to look for something to give them more certainty, more insurance in case something goes wrong. And so I just, again, I think that's something to be aware of. When you make these changes, are there going to be some negative reactions? And who's that going to affect? And not only, yes, it might affect the landlord, but now we're looking at it's affecting possibly tenants that are trying to get into a home. So I appreciate the intent, and you may have a response. You're usually good about that, so thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, bill sponsors, for bringing this legislation. Thank you, esteemed colleagues, for your attention. The first thing I want to point out is the constituents in my House district have asked me for post-parole reform. Real people in real places in Colorado. And I've looked at this, and I've even worked with the bill sponsors, one specifically, on legislation this session to address this very issue in a way that I believe is responsible, careful, and expands existing programs in the state. I will tell you that I rise to a level of concern when all the Republicans in the Judiciary Committee are not in a place where they can be in favor of this. Now, I look forward in next session to work with one of these bill sponsors on probably some of, if not the most impactful legislation to help our underserved communities that we have seen in the history of this state. But that's for next session. And she is a champion for her cause. Undeniably. But today I'm concerned if this is right at this time in this state. I'm concerned as we move forward with far-reaching legislation. And one of my biggest concerns has to do with the background checks. Because so many partnerships are formed, and Representative Woog ahead of me talked about the tenant-landlord relationship. I won't speak to that. But I will speak to, as a small business owner and an employer of formerly incarcerated citizens. A current employer, I will have you note, that employer-employee relationship is very important. And many times an employer brings on an individual for employment. There is a significant amount of liability that is a part of this relationship. And the burden in almost every case lies on the employer. Issues such as unemployment, liability insurance. The employer carries that burden. Issues such as workman's compensation insurance. An employer carries that burden. Issues such as civil liability, if something were to happen to customers or in the interaction of this business with the customers for their particular trade or practice or business. The business owner carries that burden. Now, I don't want to belabor the point, but when you say no one can do a background check, these things are sealed, which I believe this legislation, which is a big part of this legislation, that is a very big problem for small business. It's a very big problem for employers that have to carry, and this state and state government continues to demand more and more of employers and businesses. But we carry that burden. That is our pail of water that we have to carry. And what kind of water is in that bucket? We don't know necessarily. If you take this part away. That is my concern, and I do, with the highest level of sincerity, will say that I want to move forward. I want to move forward to help those people so they can restore themselves fully into society. But the way we do that is not embodied completely in this legislation. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. This morning, I'm here to talk about victims of crime. It seems to me that we're moving away from the victims of some of these crimes and trying to make it a lot easier for people who have committed crimes. I'm not against giving more opportunities for folks. I'm not against maybe even being able to say, okay, we will help you with this. But victims don't even get notified when these records are being sealed, when we just do it for somebody right off the bat. You know, one of the things that I don't understand is up to 3 felonies. It seems to me you had to be trying. Most people will get 1 and try their best to straighten up and live the way the community wants them to live. When we get to multiples, how many victims have there been? Shouldn't they be notified that we are going to close the records on the people that caused those troubles for them in their lives? Talking particularly about little old ladies that depend upon us to do right for them. They're the ones with no voice nowadays. These are the kind of things that I'm concerned about. I came here to help protect them. And I'm not sure that's what we're doing today. I'd ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1214? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of House Bill 1214 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1214 as amended is passed. Whoops. Okay, Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1150.
House Bill 1150 by Representative Judah, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the creation of the Colorado Office of New Americans.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 1150 and the State Affairs and Finance Committee reports.
To the Finance report.
There was a technical amendment that clarified language around reporting. I ask for a yes vote. And, oh, I should probably hand it to you. Oh, sorry. That's what I meant. Do you want the whole pen?
Is there further discussion?
Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
Who's drafting that? No, that's not a problem.
Should I just do nothing? Should I just?
I think what you might need to do, maybe lay it over. Or just, and see if maybe they can write it to the other card. So I think we just want this
you just want to ask for support for the committee report? Sorry. No, you're good. This is what we're doing.
sheets with the two committees?
Yeah, finance, remember, they're finance and affairs.
So she just wants the finance first and then the
Yep.
state.
So you're not amending the committee reports. I'm just moving, asking for approval of these committees. Yep.
I apologize, Madam Chair.
Representative Judah.
I am moving the finance and state affairs reports.
Okay, to the finance report.
So I do the.
We made some amendments to it, and you just urge a yes vote.
Yeah, we just made some quick amendments to the bill in general, and I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the finance report. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. The finance report is adopted. To the State Civic, Military, and Veteran Affairs report.
Simple report, and also urgent aye vote.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs report. All those in favor, aye. All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill establishes the Office of New Americans in CDLE that will serve as a central state office where immigrant and refugee programs, policies, and initiatives can be housed. It will provide technical support and guidance to relevant state agencies, inform and make recommendations to the governor, state lawmakers, and state agencies. There is zero fiscal impact. It is funded by gifts, grants, and donations. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we heard this in State Affairs, and I was one of the members who did vote in opposition to this, and I wanted to rise and talk about why I voted no and why I continue to vote no on this particular bill. One, I don't believe that this is the proper role of the state government, especially as it relates to these issues dealing with immigration or those who are coming over, however they did come over. I think this is something that's best handled at the federal level if we're going to be dealing with it at all. And while I do appreciate the fiscal note making certain to all of us that this particular, at least the first couple of years here, are going to be granted through or funded through gifts, grants, and donations, I do wonder what's going to be occurring after we get past fiscal year 2022, 2023. But the other thing I wanted to point out to everyone here is with respect to on page 4, lines 15 through 22, where it talks about the definition of what an immigrant is or a new American is. And while I understand the intent of the bill sponsor here, I do want to say that, in my opinion and my thoughts on this, that this is a bit of a misnomer. Because as we talk about, especially new Americans, right, we are talking about people who, while they may have legal residency, aren't necessarily naturalized Americans or citizens within the United States. And I think that this in particular should be reworded at the very least. But as we think about this particular topic, we are, in essence, putting, I think, terms out there that are confusing or at the very least, inappropriate as we deal with language. Language does matter. I mean, there's a reason why when we talk about policies, there's always a discussion or even a push sometimes to rename something or change up a term here and there, especially as it relates to the topic of immigration. But one of the things that I did wanted to discuss, and I did bring it up during committee, was, and this is specifically on line 20, page 4 here, we kind of get to the end of this definition, and it sort of has a catch-all here that, quote, and all other immigrants and aspiring citizens seeking opportunity, safety, or reunification of the family. And, you know, when I asked this question, you know, what specifically does that mean? one of the witnesses had testified that it could pertain to those who were unlawfully present within the United States and specifically here in Colorado. So that's something I definitely wanted to address and bring to the body and try to correct it itself. So with that, I move L004 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment L004 is properly displayed. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, members, what this amendment would do is it would specify that essentially the beneficiaries of this program, this new office that we are creating here, would be individuals that are lawfully present. So I think that would capture everyone pretty much in here with respect to refugees, asylees, special immigrant visa holders, victims of trafficking, potentially anyway, and those who are recipients of the Federal Deferred Action for Childhood Arrival Program. Those individuals that have some sort of legal basis or legal status that allows them to continue being here without threat of deportation, those wouldn't be touched. What we're talking about are individuals that are unlawfully present that have no designation whatsoever in immigration law. And I think if we're going to be doing this type of program, at the very least, we should make sure that the ones who are benefiting from it are those that have some sort of legal status here. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to speak in support of this amendment as well. I have a friend who is from my district, and she came here from China as a late high school, early college, and ended up graduating from college here. And as she moved through college, she met her now husband. They've had 3 children together. She's a citizen and successful. She has a business. She came here, and when she came here, she was alone and she couldn't speak the language well at all. And I know that this office would have been helpful to someone like her that was here on a student visa, that had legal status, and that then she ended up being able to stay. But she has actually relayed to me how hard it was for her to watch her family, because her brother and his wife ended up coming years later, and they waited in line, I believe she said 13 years, in order to be able to come legally to America and be able to work here, get their proper work visas, be able to get a job, and be able to stay and work here. And in the meantime, they had watched people come here illegally and basically take cuts in front of them for all kinds of services, whether it was work or their visa, their proper paperwork, anything to do with school, anything to do with any of the other programs that they were trying to get into, but even just to be here legally to get their green cards. Again, it took them 13 years to get legal status, and they patiently waited in line for that. And with that, folks, I really want to make sure that our definitions are here in the bill and crucially are part of the bill. As we've discussed in the past, words mean everything. Definitions are important, and to just state in the bill unequivocally and make it firm that that is what we are trying to do in this bill, is make sure that this office would be for people that have legal status here in the United States. I just want to make sure that that is part of the bill. And again, words are important, words are crucial, and I urge an aye vote on this amendment. I thank the sponsor for bringing it.
Any further discussion? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment. I don't see in the bill that it talks about if you're here illegally, and I think if we're going to have a government-run office, it should be with people who are here legally and not illegally. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll rise in support of this amendment. This amendment makes this a good bill. It's a very important clarification. There's a profound difference between legal immigrant and illegal. And this ensures that we're spending state resources on people who are here lawfully. And I support that wholeheartedly with this bill, or with this amendment. It's a good bill.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like my colleague, Representative Williams, I was in the State Affairs Committee and I voted no on this, and I wanted to tell you why. Simply put, this strikes me as government overreach. It does not promote, but rather demotes the individual networking that works so well to integrate new Americans into our society. I don't say this lightly. I say it from personal experience. Most people, I guess, may have heard a comment or two I've made about my 32 years of military service, but a fair bit of that was reserve time, and I had the opportunity to do quite a bit of different work when I wasn't deployed out on active duty. One of those jobs was overseas in a foreign language speaking country. And I went through this process, and I went through it with family. I went through it with a network of people that I built. I got help. It integrated me into the society, and I got a rather humbling job. For a guy with my education, I ended up running some heavy equipment, doing some wheat harvesting. But actually, it turned out to be one of the better jobs I ever had in my life because of the experiences of capturing that job on my own. I'm not without empathy. In fact, I have tremendous empathy and admiration for anybody that comes to a country that speaks a different language than their native tongue. I've lived it. I do not think we need another government office to help them along on that process. Any legal immigrant coming here should and ought to have a network, and if they don't, they ought to build it quickly, and they will reap the rewards of their effort, and it'll be worth it. I don't believe the Office of New Americans is a good idea, and I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm glad the amendment was offered. It is very clear what this is at this point. I want to say that I am absolutely pro-immigration, refugees, and so forth, but they really do need to be legal. I have family members who fall in all these categories. They all came here legally. And without that clarification, this now becomes a bad bill. It now duplicates services that are already offered in the private sector, and therefore this is an issue that the state should not get involved in. There's multiple agencies in our area, and I know in most other areas as well, that serve these communities. They provide this kind of support, and they do so under state contracts, under federal contracts. There's no need to bring a duplicate source in here. I now urge a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1150 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1150 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read Oh, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1065 until Thursday, May 13th.
With no objection, the bill will be laid over. At the request of the Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1251 until tomorrow, May 11th.
With no objection, House Bill 1251 will be laid over at the request of the Majority Leader. Okay. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1278.
House Bill 1278 by Representative Exum concerning meeting requirements for boards of special districts.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1278 and the Local Government Transportation Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the committee report, we made one amendment to clear up any misconfusion about location, and we added physical location, and I asked for an aye vote on the committee report.
Thank you, Representative Exum. The question before us is adoption of the committee report in Transportation and Local Government Committee report. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little background on House Bill 1278. The health and safety adjustments to how we conduct many of our operations due to COVID pandemic led to practical difficulties in holding special district board meetings. There are different opinions in interpreting existing statutes, Title 24 and 32, and conducting in-person and virtual meetings. However, special district statutes in Title 32 currently do not clearly allow for such meetings. Special districts will create consistent special district board meetings to adapt current conditions both in health emergencies as well as continuing to work within developing conditions throughout. It should be noted that cities, counties, and school boards already have this authority. And this bill would allow those special districts that have been meeting for those meetings to count. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of House Bill 1278. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. House Bill 1278 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 191.
Senate Bill 191 by Senator Donovan, also Representatives McLaughlin and McCluskey, concerning the removal of residency requirements for student members to serve on the Board of Trustees for Western Colorado University.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 191 on second reading.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to serve with you from the wall. I appreciate this very much. So Western Colorado University is in Gunnison, Colorado. And if you haven't been there, it is one of the most beautiful parts of the state. And it's very understandable while people from all over the country go to school there. What this bill does is get those people who come from all over the country to go there, and they pay higher tuition, but they contribute to the community, they contribute to the school, is to have them contribute officially and have not just in-state but out-of-state members also be on the board, on the student board there. And so that's what this bill does, is to make it very inclusive. Many other schools in Colorado are doing this, and Western Colorado University wants to join them and be very inclusive with who is on the Board of Trustees, a student representative.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Serving on the committee that heard this, I think this is a fine idea unless, of course, the student is from California, in which case we would not want them to have a voice in our colleges anywhere. But otherwise, I think it's a fine bill, and I will be a yes vote, and I would support it. Support your voting yes as well. Thank you.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do hope we have a lot of students coming here from California and around the United States and from around the world. And very excited that we're making a small change that makes a big difference for our institution and allows more students to participate in decisions that truly affect them and their success in education. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question before us is passage of Senate Bill 191. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 191 is passed. Okay. Oh, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 142 till the end of the second reading calendar.
Senate Bill, with no objection, Senate Bill 142 will be laid over until the end of the second reading calendar. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1298 until tomorrow, Tuesday, May 10th.
With no objections, House Bill 1298 will be laid over
May
until
11th.
Tomorrow, May 11th. Do I need? Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1277.
House Bill 1277 by Representatives Valdez D. and Will, also Senators Liston and Pedersen, concerning definitions for reimbursement of final disposition expenses of eligible assistance recipients.
Okay. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1277 and the State Civics, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee Report. And there's no committee report?
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good bill. This bill not only gives closure to those who are in need, but also those who make sure that the assistance is there for them. And at the end, it's about closure to individuals and their family and to their loved ones. During this pandemic, we saw not only just the issues and concerns, but also those in need with the burial assistance, and with that, we're bringing House Bill 1277 forward.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
So the Department of Human Services operates a program, and it's $1,500 for funeral and burial and cremation expenses for eligible individuals. This is a great bill. You know, and it sounds like maybe $1,500 isn't a huge amount of money, but it still provides for burial with dignity. And I think that's the biggest thing. It helps the smaller counties. Some of the urban counties have funds besides this for burial assistance. Our smaller counties that, like I represent, do not. So it really does help the counties out a bunch. And it's for individuals who are receiving the benefits of old age pension, aid to the needy, disabled, home care allowance, Colorado the TAMF program, and medical assistance. This is an excellent program, and it's a really good thing for all of Colorado, and more specifically for our rural counties. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question before us is passage of House Bill 1277. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1277 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1287, one bill.
With no objections, House Bill 1287 will be laid over one more bill. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1291.
House Bill 1291 by Representatives Van Winkle and Exum, also Senator Winter, concerning allowing an agent of an insurer to obtain certain branded titles for vehicles that have been declared a total loss.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1291 and the Local Transportation and Local Government Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Transportation Committee, what we did is in the bill we use the term an agent of an insurer, and it was being mistaken by some as referring to an insurance agent. That's not who we're talking about at all. We're talking about third-party vehicle recycling companies, and that's who we're talking about in the bill. We use that term mainly because our surrounding states are using similar language, and we want our statutes to match for consistency. And so what the amendment in committee did is it just clarified exactly who we're talking about.
Any further? Oh, I apologize. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the Transportation and Local Government Report. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under current law, insurers who declare a vehicle as a total loss may obtain a salvage or non-repairable title for the vehicle from the Department of Revenue when the vehicle owner has accepted a total loss settlement but failed to provide the insurer to the title. This bill extends the allowance to the agents of insurers. And that's it. That's all the bill does. It's simple, small, and will help move things when the vehicle gets totaled, but the proper paperwork isn't where it's supposed to be, and we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, that's exactly what the bill does. What we're facing now as the state of Colorado is there's lots of cars and vehicles of all kinds, off-highway vehicles, in salvage yards that are not being recycled properly. There's companies that do want to recycle them, but right now Colorado law limits the number of people who can go in there, get a title to one of the vehicles. It's far after an accident, it's far after the car's been totaled and already been paid out. So the insurance companies, essentially at this point in the life of the vehicle, they own that vehicle because they've already paid out the losses to the vehicle owner. And the car is sitting there degrading, and there's companies that can come in, they can make a profit off of it and do some good for the people of Colorado and the environment by recycling these vehicles and breaking them down in parts and selling them. So what this bill does, it simply allows that to happen, allows more people to be able to participate in this work.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1291? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of House Bill 1291 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1291 as amended is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1287.
House Bill 1287 by Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Soper, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning measures related to permitting parties to certain proposed legal relationships under Title 14 Colorado Revised Statutes to satisfy certain requirements without having to appear in person.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are all gathered here today to move House Bill 1287 and the State Affairs Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in State Affairs, we adopted two amendments. One, stricken from the bill the terms mail and fax. And we did have questions about what is a fax technology, so that's why we took it out of the bill. No, seriously, we wanted to make sure that parties that are appearing before the county clerk to be able to get their marriage license are actually seen by the county clerk's office, and that would be impossible through a mail or fax technology means. Then the second amendment that we adopted was one that requires training to be developed to identify human trafficking, because one thing that has happened is there have been forced marriages for the sole purpose of human trafficking, and we wanted to make sure that elements of that could still be recognized. And so the second amendment we adopted has the training that if the clerk's office does choose to issue licenses remotely by this technology means, then they need to be able to identify if it's going to be a human trafficked marriage. And with that, I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the committee report, Transportation and Local Government Committee report adoption. Oh, excuse me, forgive me. Oh, apologize. Try that again. Seeing none, the question before us is the committee report, State Affairs Committee report, adoption of the State Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My colleague and I are not particularly married to this bill. However, I'll talk to you a little bit about what this bill does. It simply provides an option for 24 months that counties can opt into to do remote marriage licenses and civil unions. So these are virtual appointments to verify information on the applications, IDs of the parties in the meetings, and allow for payment of the licenses. And as you heard my colleague, I think we made this bill stronger by adding some additional protections for folks. I'll turn it over to Representative Soper to see if he has any objections.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My emotions might be slightly divorced from this bill, but I do want to reemphasize that the bill sunsets on December 31st, 2023, so that gives us time to see if there are any problems that we aren't foreseeing with this particular relationship, then it automatically dissolves. If the program is working well, of course, it can be continued. That would be up to this body in the future. It's tied to individuals over 18, so someone under the age of 18 wouldn't be allowed to get their license remotely through this means to be able to later get married. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask that you pronounce this bill passed.
And Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Realizing that one needs to rise and speak now or forever hold their peace, let me ask one question. Why? I can understand the need to do this during a period of pandemic, but under what is the rationale for doing this now and why the safety clause?
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Pico, for the question. That's a great question. So the rationale for doing it now is, A, we're still in the pandemic. B, it's important that we make it easier for citizens to interact with their government. And if that's the ability to get your license by remote means, that certainly should be taken into account. I know during committee we talked about that getting your license should be the second most happiest day of your life, second to actually getting married. And that perhaps you ought to take the time off of work to go down to the county courthouse. That being said, not everyone can take a day off work, especially if you're using all your vacation for your wedding and your honeymoon. So the ability to fulfill this administrative side of things to get your license remotely only makes sense there. And so that's why it's good that we actually look at this. The reason for the safety clause in here is to be able to start this right away because the program is set to sunset fairly quickly as well, December 31st of 2023. So it's actually a very short window that this is open for, and it allows us to see if it's working or not working.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a question. Who pays the fee if they're both online? Because there's a fee for a marriage license. And also, a lot of people do a self-marry, if you will, and they're not going to have that in their hand, and it's not going to be able to be signed. So how I know that's not part of this bill, but have you thought about who's going to pay that fee and how that's going to be handled?
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to, I think for the particulars around this, so this actually did come to us from Denver County Clerk and Recorder. And again, this is an opt-in. I know that there are 2 counties who have currently been doing this during the pandemic. What we were assured by the County Clerk and Recorder's office was that they did have established protocols for this. I don't have all of the specific details in how they do it, but I'm happy to get that information. But I know that they do have a way to answer all of these questions because they did talk about it in committee, in which that they were willing to go into further details of how they would process these.
Any further, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the bill sponsors, with respect to this legislation, I still have a very strong concern. I will tell you that in the human trafficking space, a lot of times these individuals are coerced and forced or part of kind of sinister activities that force people into these civil unions. It's a lot more difficult for that to take place when there's a requirement for personal attendance at your county courthouse. Now, with this legislation, you now open the door for a much easier process for exploitation. For exploitation of young people who may be being forced into a situation that now that pressure or that situation, extortion or whatever it is, now is done virtually. How much easier is it now for this to take place? I believe the people that are in this business, the criminal elements that promote this, now are going to be very, very happy if this bill is signed into law, because now their job will become much easier. And even though you've got a provision in there for some training, as we have lots of training, and I'm not going to go into some areas of training in the military that are a big problem still today, despite all the training in the world. I will let someone else that's a veteran of military service to talk about sexual assault and sexual harassment in the military that is covered with a blanket of training to prevent it, but it still occurs. Now with this, you're going to do a little bit of training, bill sponsors, but is that going to stop it? Is that going to make it harder? Is that going to identify every instance so this does not occur? Because I'm very, very concerned with these individuals.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing that I'll say to this is that, I'm happy to have Clerk and Recorder's Office talk to you about what they have experienced, not only in the training, but also the specifics around how they're conducting these currently. And there are specific requirements around having to be in the same room, having to have the video, which is why part of the reason we got rid of the mail and fax component, as that would just add to that concern. Instead, it having to be visual audio. And so very specific to that. And so I'm happy to address those offline as well. And if there's a need for some additional protections, completely open to that, as this is a House bill and we can definitely continue that conversation.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just thinking when the sponsor spoke a few minutes ago that another county already does this. So I'm wondering, why is it necessary to have this law, since they're already doing it?
Representative Sober.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Rich. That's a very good question. Because currently it's authorized under a gubernatorial executive order directly tied to the pandemic. And that was designed because we didn't want people necessarily going in person to government offices or to any offices during the height of the pandemic. And this continues that until December 31st of 2023. It gives us the opportunity to see if this is something we'd like to continue longer or not. And that's why it's there.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1287 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1287 as amended is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 142.
Senate Bill 142 by Senators Pedersen and Donovan, also Representatives Caraveo and McCluskey, concerning removing certain restrictions related to abortion services and in connection therewith, removing the requirement that the services be performed only in certain healthcare facilities and removing the requirement that only a physician perform the service.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 142.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically what this bill concerns is the definition of a building and the provision of the services that go on in that building when the recipient has Medicaid. The restrictions that we currently place on this in state law make it so that only one facility in the entire state can provide these services. And really we should be talking about health care, not the definition of buildings. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be clear, members, Senate Bill 142 is a bill about rural health care access, making sure that women, poorer women in rural parts of our state have access to the same health care services, reproductive care services as women elsewhere in the state. It expands health care. Sorry. Whoops. It expands that healthcare access so that women can receive these services in the communities where they live. It's about being human, compassionate, and dignified, having the right to healthcare no matter where you are under all circumstances and situations. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 142.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 142. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 142 passes. Madam Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1150 as amended, House Bill 1214 as amended, House Bill 1277, House Bill 1278 as amended, House Bill 1287 as amended, House Bill 1291 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 142, Senate Bill 191 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1298, House Bill 1251 laid over until 5/11/2021 and retaining their place on the calendar. House Bill 1065 laid over until 5/13/2021.
Representative Cutter. You have heard the motion. There's one amendment at the desk. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Williams Amendment L004 to House Bill 21-1150 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1150 as amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion on the Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Williams Amendment, which is L004 to House Bill 1150 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 1 excuse, the Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. That brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Tipper, please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. I don't have a calendar. I don't have a calendar. That brings us to consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 77.
Senate Bill 77 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Benavides and Kipp, concerning the elimination of verification of an individual's lawful presence in the United States as a requirement for individual credentialing.
Representative, Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In our conference committee, and Representative from El Paso County was also on this committee, but I guess he's not here right now, or he doesn't want to come up. What we did in the conference committee is that the Senate acceded to a technical amendment we had put on the bill before it went over to the Senate, and then we concurred with an amendment that the senator from Brighton, I guess he's from, wanted to put on there to remove a section having to do with notary publics because that was already in another bill. And we agreed unanimously and approved the committee of the conference committee.
So there does have to be a motion.
And I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 77.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report on Senate Bill 77. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Madam Speaker Pro Tem Bockenfeld Caraveo. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 1 excuse, the first report of the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 77 is adopted. Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 77 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 77 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 77 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1115.
House Bill 1115 by Representatives Kipp and Mullica, also Senators Janal and Priola, concerning the regulation of members of boards of health and in connection therewith regulating the members of state, county, and district boards of health.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on HB 1115. What we did in the conference committee is we did what you're supposed to do. We ironed out the differences between the House and the Senate. Basically, what the Senate wanted to do, we merged into what the bill came out of the House wanting to do, so in the end, everybody was happy. I can give more of a detailed explanation if anybody's really interested. And thank you to Representative Pelton for joining us on the conference committee.
Great. That is a proper motion, I was told. I was not paying attention. I apologize about that. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report on House Bill 1115. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Amable and Madam Assistant Majority Leader. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 1 excuse, the first conference committee report for House Bill 1115 is adopted. Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1115 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1115 as amended by the first conference committee report. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1115 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar. Still. Right. Majority Leader Escar.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over consideration of resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 16 until tomorrow, May 11th.
Seeing no objections, Senate Joint Resolution 16 will be laid over according to the Majority Leader. That brings us to announcements and introductions. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, appropriations bright and early tomorrow, 8 a.m., Old State Library. We will be hearing House Bills 1094, 1198, 1208, 1243, 1261, 1266, 1268, 1273, and then Senate Bills 15, 21, 58, 64, 82, 101, 115, 136. Bring your funny. We like funny.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Finance will be meeting at 2:15. So check the clock. It's 1:55 right now. I'm giving you 20 minutes. 2:15 in House Committee Room 112, we'll be hearing House Bill 1282, House Bill 1254, and House Bill 1189.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Agriculture, Livestock, and Water, being more fun than finance, will meet at 2:30, giving you 35 minutes in room 107, and we'll hear Senate Bill 21203.
Any further announcements or reductions? Seeing none, let's do some conference committee reports. Mr. Gregorio.
House Conference Committee report. No, we don't need to do that, sorry.
All right, great. We're not going to do anything right now then. We'll just, wait.
Okay.
No, you want to do reports again? Yeah. All right. Reports of committees of reference, sorry.
Committee on Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1299 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Printing report.
The
Printing
chief clerk
report will be
reports.
printed in the journal. Sign of bills, resolutions, and memorials. Sign
The Speaker has
bills,
signed.
resolutions, and memorials will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Message from the Senate will be buried in the journal. Message from the reviser.
we herewith transmit.
Message from the reviser will be printed in the journal. Message from the governor.
Honorable members of the
Message from
Colorado
the
House.
governor will be printed in the journal. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.